Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Carrie Linklater. I'm the chairperson today, and I am joined on the panel by Gail Anderson via Zoom and Mr. Ian Mann. Our assessor this afternoon is Mr. Ardarkanoff, and our administrative personnel is Ms. Louise Boyley. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment role in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparison of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the board. The board is appointed annually by City Council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. And as information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. This afternoon, we will be hearing items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 on our docket today. And Ms. Boyley, if you could please affirm the assessor and the applicant's testimony.
Okay. Mr. Assessor, please state your full name.
Ardarkanoff.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. And Mr. Applicant, please stand. Please state your full name.
Howard Lindsay McCubbin.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Arca.
Hello.
We are going to go to our first item, which is 1390 St. James Street. And whenever you are ready.
So, Board of Revision file number 22-1736. Applicant Altus Group Limited. Roll number 070-01541-500. Address 1390 St. James Street. Owners Forum Ltd. Roll year 2023. Reference date April 1st, 2021. Assessed value $1,444,000. Class code 60. Liability is taxable. Number of buildings 2. Year built 1968 to 1978. Wall heights 14 feet to 18 feet. Zoning C2. Land area 37,223 square feet. Plan area 8,410 square feet. Leasable area 8,178 square feet. Page 2 gives us some aerial and street views of subject property. So subject property is located on St. James, on the corner of St. James and Saskatchewan Avenue. It's just north of Costco on St. James Avenue. Page 2 again provides oblique view of the property. So parcel consists of 2 buildings. The one you see that says 1400 on it, as well as the other one that says 1390. So there's 2 separate buildings. Page 3 again provides some pictures of the subject properties. And we probably will go into page 5 at this time. And we are moving into the market income valuation. So what we have here is we have a building one that consists of 6,150 square feet, and rent per square foot for this building is $13.60 per square foot. And another building, the smaller building, is 2,028 square feet at $13.95 per square foot. Total leasable area 8,178 square feet. So with potential rent at $111,931. With application of 2% vacancy loss, 3% non-recoverable expenses, $6 per square foot of a shortfall, and we get a net operating income of $105,420,000. Capitalization rate used is 7.3%, gives us a capitalized value of $1,444,000. So a little bit about subject properties. What we have is that subject properties are considered to be vehicle service related buildings. So in a sense, vehicle garages. And the comparables used are VSGs as well. They're on page number 7. So there we have what you would call a lower rate VSG sample of 10 comparables. Standard lower rate VSG sample that City of Winnipeg uses this for this cycle. With average of $14.65 per square foot, and medians about $12.63, and weighted median at about $12.22 per square foot. Following pages would provide us pictures of comparable properties that are being used, and in a comparable number order. So comparable 1 will be first, and so on. Those pages are there for the board's review of what comparable properties are being used to compare subject property with. Page 18 provides a table of capitalization rates. Followed by income and expense mailer received by the property owner. That's all I have for my presentation, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. McMillan, questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. Mr. Darknall. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If I can get you to turn your attention to page 7 of your brief, please. Where you provide rent comparables. So you provided the rent comparables, you provided 10 comparables here. What would you say is your best comparable to the subject property?
Well, looking at what we have for the sizes of subject property, and I just want to point out once again to the board that subject property consists of 2 separate buildings. One building at about 6,000 square feet and another at about 2,000. We probably should try to compare apples to apples. and look at comparables, for example, number 5 for a 2,000 square foot building and comparable 7 for a 6,000 square foot building.
And number 5 and number 7 for the 2,000 square foot building. And what about the 6,000 square foot building?
Number 7.
Number 7?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. So you said number 5 for the 2,000 and number 7 for the 6,000. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. The relative age of comparable number 5, it's would you say it's a relatively new compared to the subject property?
It is newer, yeah, it is 1991, but I guess we are looking at $18 per square foot rate as well in a comparable versus $13 to be exact.
So it's
$13.95 for the subject, right? So
right. So the comparable you're using there is way higher in a sense of 1833. So it bears no relation to the rent that you placed on it, correct?
Well, there is a relation, like it's similar property. However, it is adjusted for the age, right?
So based on the age only, the rent has come down to that amount, you're saying?
Yeah, typically it does, right? The newer the property, typically the higher the rent, and the older the property, you would typically expect a lower rent.
If we go to that comparable on comparable 5, where is that located in your brief?
Comparable 5?
Yeah, it's located on page
12.
Page 12 of your brief. So that's a single building, Tony's Academy Auto, it says, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. That's to represent a 2,000 square foot building, right?
Right. But that building is, you're comparing it to, that's an auto and it has many overhead doors, but the subject property is 2,000 square foot building is essentially just a warehouse, is it not? It's at the back of the property. When you look at your overhead on page 2, or actually a better photo is on page 3. If you look at it, it says 1390 there. That's the 2,000 square foot building, is it not? It's just essentially a warehouse with a higher ceiling height with no overhead doors as the subject property. That's the comparison.
Well, yeah, comparable number 5 is obviously built with more overhead doors, and again, all of the differences, in my opinion, are reflected in the actual rents charged for the comparable number 5.
And comparable number 5 would have hoists, etc., embedded in the building too, right?
You would, I would assume it would. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. And with respect to comparable number 7, okay. So that's based on size, you're saying 13 square foot, but this is yet, it's significantly larger than the subject, than the last building we dealt with.
Okay. What was the question?
So I'll just ask you this question. Comparison number 7, you chose it because of the size, you're saying?
Yes, it's
okay.
841 square foot.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have.
Ms. Anderson, any questions?
Just in regards to the calculation, is it all, the assessment, is it all model generated or was there an inspection of the property?
To my knowledge, it is all model generated. I'm not aware of any recent inspections.
Okay, and with regards to the cap rate, 7.3%, that puts it about what, at the 70th percentile of your chart?
Yeah, it's actually puts it lower, right? So we have in our chart, our 20th and 80th percentile range from 5.6 to 6.9 for office B. So if you look at office B properties, then it would put it lower. It would put it into around 70th percentile if you are to look at the industrial buildings. However, subject property is not a true industrial property. In a sense, it is not a true storage. It has a vehicle service component in it.
Okay, I was thinking it was in the industrial part. So it's in the office. So it is higher over the chart. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Just in regards to inspection, did you inspect the property?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you have anything in your notes as to when it was last inspected?
Let me take a look at it. I don't see notes related to an inspection, so I'm not sure exactly when it was inspected.
All right, I thank you, Mr. Darkmouth. That's all my questions. Mr. McCubbin, if you'd like to proceed with the brief.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So if I can get you to turn your attention to page 2, please. The property owners forum limited. The property address is 1390 St. James Street. Both buildings are essentially one-story structures. The site area is 37,223 square feet, slightly less than an acre. And we're requesting an assessed value of $873,000. A photo at the bottom shows the building in front that fronts on St. James. Madam Chair, it's a steel-cladded building. It's used to detail cars, etc. Main auto is located in there. I have a suspect of this building on a number of occasions, and it hasn't changed over the years. Essentially, it's remained the same. The building at the back, and there are numerous occasions to access services there also, and it's a battery replacement building. I believe Battery Man is in there. confirm. Yes, the battery man is in there. Replacement batteries. And so moving through my brief on page 8, subject property. As I said, it's located at 1390 St. James Street. The building is a one-story, no basement structure, presently being described as a small vehicle service garage. The original one-story masonry wall structure was built in 1960. That's the building at the back of the property, a long rectangular shaped building, and a plan area of approximately 2260 square feet, and a mezzanine area of approximately 80 square feet used for storage, with a reported wall height of 18 feet. The structure in front is 6150 square feet, and it's 4 feet lower than the structure at the back. So it's not as high. The Assessment and Taxation Department uses an effective year built in 1976. The site is irregular in shape. It's the zone C2 commercial. The land to building ratio is 4.32 to 1. And that's generally considered inadequate for a vehicle service garage area. On page 9, you can see an overhead better view with no vehicles on the property. Must have been taken on the weekend. Highest and best use of the property is the continuance of its current use here. Turn your attention to page 14 of the brief. Subject property has been valued by the Assessment Taxation Department with an April 1st, 2021 model rent of $13.68 per square foot for the entire building. That's the overall rate. It's owner occupied. So we did some market research for comparable rents, and the following comparisons were found. Madam Chair, I'd like to update my 1870 King Edward. That's index number 2. It should read 1015 per square foot. That's a new release. The lease ended in 2019, and the lease was signed after that. So that's at 1015 now. It changes the average to 770. The above rental comparables have an average of 770 per square foot and a median of 748. Based on the above and considering the site-specific attributes of the subject property, we feel that a rent of no more than $9 per square foot should be applied to the entire gross floor area of the subject property, the entire leasable area of the subject property combined. The improvements in are old and are showing its age at this point in time. With respect to the vacancy, we are using a 4% vacancy allowance. Shortfall rate, we're using 6%, the same as the city. And yes, shortfall rate of $6 per square foot, sorry. However, with respect to the non-recoverable expenses, we're using a total of 7%, and I'm not going to go through that. I think you're well aware of our situation and our rationale for using that. But I'm open to questions in regards to that. Nevertheless, for the purposes of this report, we're not disputing the assessor's capitalization rate of 7.3%. So our differences are in the vacancy and the rent applied. I guess looking at the rents on page 14 again, the best comparable would probably be something that's relatively close to the subject property, and which would be comparable number 2, with adjustments for ceiling height. And it's relatively the same age, I believe, for the subject property. However, the King Edward property is in a better location, better access point for that property, that comparison. We feel $9 a square foot is appropriate for such a property. Addendum. Appendix, sorry, just to go through that. It just has the INE, but it's on occupied premise. That's my presentation.
I thank you. Any questions to the assessor, Mr. Darkinoff? Mr. Darkinoff, did you have any questions to Mr. McCubbin?
Yes, I did. First of all, I just want to, my first question, are the comparables you are using, are they industrial warehouses to your knowledge, or are they vehicle service garages? Or if there is a mix of them, can you point out which ones are vehicle service garages?
There is a mix. They're more of an industrial setting. Yes. There are a mix of properties in here.
Okay. I guess
the best comparison is single tenancy on my comparison number 2.
Okay. Thank you. My next question would be, well, first of all, thank you for pointing out comparable number 2, that the rent used should be $10.15 versus I think you used $8.15 to begin with.
Yes, that's in there.
Yeah, I found in my review quite a few changes similar in this. I'm not going to go all over them. I just wanted to ask a couple. Are you aware that 72 Squarefield, comparable number 8, income and expense was reported $12,600 a month for 12,800 square feet, which would make it $14 a square foot rent. Were you aware of that?
Madam Chair, the information we have and we've sifted through and analyzed shows that it should be a net rent of $9.25. I suspect if Mr. Darkinoff has rebuttal evidence, he shall show that in that sense. This is the information I have here today.
Right, thank you.
Well, I guess
correct your information if it's incorrect.
I wasn't going to supply it, but if panel would like to, I have a document that I can send. I just wanted to briefly bring it out.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you, Mr. Darkinoff.
Okay. Yeah, I said as far as the rebuttal, I do have a document to submit in that case. If panel would like me to send it in.
That is up to you if you would like to give that information as rebuttal, verbally.
Okay, I'll do it verbally and
but we'll just, Mr. Darkinoff, we're just going to go through and finish with questions.
Okay, sounds
first.
good. I'll just I guess go on into like again similar question. For example, I guess I'll just go over it later. So I'm not going to waste anybody's time at this point. So one more question. So subject property, to your knowledge, has 2 separate tenants. Is that correct?
Yes, it's owner occupied. 2 separate. There's a detailing business that goes on in the building, the larger 6,000 odd square foot building in the front of the property, Madam Chair, and the building at the back has a higher ceiling heights, is mainly a battery business, replacement batteries for automobiles, marine you name it.
So it's not a single tenant property, right? It's actually two tenant property. Is that correct?
Well, it's owner occupied. I believe the owner owns both of the businesses.
Okay, I see.
But yeah, there are two different types of businesses on the property itself.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I can get that number from you for 72 square feet, what did you say your calculation worked out to per square foot?
Okay, $12,600 a month.
No, just the net rent,
Oh, $14.
$14. So you'll be
Yeah.
presenting that, your rationalization. I would ask you, do you have any specific evidence in terms of physical evidence that I can review, please?
Just copies of the income and expense statements that were sent to the city. So that would be that actually is the most relevant evidence.
And did you file that as rebuttal evidence?
Not at this point. I just
Oh, yeah.
I just
Okay.
wanted my goal was to speak about it. And
Okay.
And Mr. Darknoff, I'm just going to have you speak to that verbally.
Okay. First.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, did you have any questions to the applicant?
Just in regards to the rent lease comparables, all but two have now expired, is that correct?
Pardon me?
The lease comparables, the lease
Yes.
end dates for the comparables, all but two of the leases have now expired, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The lease at 2, when we updated the rent to 10-15 goes over the reference period now.
Okay. That was just renewed.
So that would make it, we have the 3. That's
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
I do have some questions with respect to your lease comparables at page 14. This chart, did you prepare this chart or was it prepared in-house or by your office?
I prepared this chart myself.
And you have included a mixture of industrial and vehicle service garages, right?
Correct.
The vehicle service garages assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, I'll start again. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the industrial components don't have a vehicle service garage component in your comparables. Is that correct?
The industrial does not, no.
Okay. And the leases, just following up on Ms. Anderson's question, the leases that have expired, you don't have the current lease rates other than the ones that you've already mentioned at 1870 King Edward, and the other two presumably February 20th of February 2027 and 1st of March 2023 expiry dates?
That's correct. There may have been leases signed. I suspect there have been. I just the information I was dealing with was not updated, obviously, to reflect that. Yeah.
And finally, I note that with the exception of your first comparable 329 Oak Point Highway, the remainder of the properties are considerably larger than the subject property.
Yes, that's correct.
40 and 100% larger in most cases.
They are larger than the subject property, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Just one question, Mr. McGovern. You had stated that you had inspected this property
Yes,
a number of times, I think.
a number of times over the last several years, yeah.
So
For an appeal purpose too, and personally gone to the property,
all right.
personal business.
So given the age of the subject property, can you just speak to the condition?
The condition of the small building at the back is that of 1968 vintage building. I would say it truly is. it's still functional, but it is showing its age somewhat. The building in front appears to be in normal condition for its age, and it's about 10 years old. Sorry, 10 years newer than the building at the back, and it's steel cladded with lower ceiling heights, which has to be taken into consideration.
So you're not aware of any updates in that building?
No, I'm not.
Right.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Darkanoff, could you wish to speak to this rent on Scurfield?
Yes, I basically I would like to let me just scroll down to the Scurfield. It's one of the last ones. So comparable number 8 that was presented by the applicant, 72 Scurfield Boulevard. Applicant submits a rent of $9.25 per square foot. Upon review of income and expense mailer that was sent to the city of Winnipeg, income and expense mailer states that list area 10,800 square feet at a monthly rate of $12,600 per month. This is calculated to come out to be $14 per square foot. Another one to mention, and I'm not going to go through every single one of them, is comparable number 5 of the applicant, 120 King Edward Street. Again, applicant presents rent of $8.50 per square foot. However, upon review, it's a 15,031 square foot leasable area, and the rate that is presented at the income and expense mailer, it's a step rent. From March 20 to February 2021, it was $9.50 per square foot. And for our reference date, from March 2021 to February 2022, it's $10 per square foot. That's basically, in a nutshell, just to, I guess 84 Scurfield, another one. Applicant present, which is comparable number 7. Applicant presents $9.55 per square foot. The calculation comes out to be $14,581 per month presented on the income and expense mailer. For 15,906 square feet is calculated to be $11 per square foot. That's in a nutshell, short conclusion of my review. And yes, open for questions.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. McCullum?
This is more of a comment, Madam Chair, rather than a question. I would appreciate in the future, Madam Chair, if rebuttal evidence is going to be filed, that it be done so in writing, so I can
Exactly.
and maybe recalculate that information as I see fit. So I would ask the board just to take it for all it's worth. It's information. I have no evidence in front of me to refute it, yes or no.
It's fine. I understand.
That's the only comment I have.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Anderson, did you have any questions to Mr. Darkanoff?
No, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mann?
No, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
And I have no questions either.
Yeah.
So either. Yes, Mr. Darkanoff?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that my information was more, was in a sense, would have been more of a questioning to the applicant more than a rebuttal. However, it ended up being presented in such a form. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Do either of you have a wish for a summation on this property?
I'm okay with that. Thank you.
I'm okay.
Okay. We will then move on to 1761 Sargent Avenue. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Darkanoff.
Right. So So subject property file number 221700, applicant Altos Group Limited, roll number 07569002000, address 1761 Sargent Avenue, owners 5720125 Manitoba Limited, roll year 2023, reference date April 1st, 2021, assessed value $4,688,000, classification 60, liability is taxable. Basically, subject property has 4 buildings. They range from 1 story to 2 story. Year built around 1989 and 1990. Wall heights range from 14 to 22 feet high. It's zoning M2 manufacturing general. Land area 103,360 square feet. Plan area 15,027 square feet. Leasable area 19,072 square feet. Applicant and I both have discussed this property last week, and upon review, and Mr. McCobbin would probably confirm it later or not, but I don't think the recommendation on the status of the recommendation. However, from the side of the city, I would like to propose a recommended assessment change to $3,705,000.
And Mr. Darkinoff, what was that recommendation based on?
That recommendation is based on just it was so subject property has 4 income streams. So for the most part, it was adjusting rents. Again, if you want me to go specifically, I can do that. Or do you want me to wait with that and do it at a later point?
I'm just going to ask Mr. McCubbin. Mr. McCubbin,
Yes.
are you in agreement with this recommendation?
We spoke last week, as Mr. Dartmouth alluded to, and I agree with some components of his recommendation, but not the entire value that we came up with. But we can agree on some components,
Okay.
if that would assist the board.
Well, you both.
I don't agree with the overall
With the
value.
overall quantum,
No,
that's fine.
No.
So then we will just proceed.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So, where was that? So pages 2, we have aerial view of the subject property. So subject property has following components. It has a vehicle service component. It has an office component, as well as a gas station component. And within gas station component, it also has a car wash component. Okay. So pages 2 to 4 would be aerial and street views of the subject property. So page 2 would show the subject property from the Sargent Street Avenue angle, and page 3 would show gas station from the view from the King Edward Street, as well as top of the page 3 shows the rear of the property, where the vehicle service garages are, and you can see at the back there is a garage overhead doors. Page 4 again shows some pictures of the gas station and some street views of the subject property. So pages 7 through 9, pages 7 through 7 through 13 provide income workup per model for subject property. And I'll just go over it in a sense that what has been adjusted. So page 7, vehicle workup for VCW, which is a car wash. There hasn't been a change to this workup in my recalculation. So this workup of 768 square feet at $10.21 square feet, $10.21 per square foot, with a potential rent of $7,841 hasn't been changed in my recalculation. So the overall value for vehicle service car wash is $116,000. So going on to the next page, which is a VSG component, and that's a vehicle service garage. We have two premise IDs, one at 4,000 square feet and another one at 6,109 square feet, with a rent of $17.17 and $16.67. This income stream has been recalculated, and I'll go over the recalculated version of it. So for the VSG income stream, I am using what has been submitted by the property owner for the subject property. And the rents are as follows: 4,000 square feet at $10, 2,472 square feet at $13, and 3,800 square feet at $12.63. Blended rate $11.69 per square foot for 10,272 square feet, with a potential market income of $120,000.
Excuse me, Mr. Darkanoff, I'm just going to stop you there. It sounds like a phone is going off.
Okay. Oh. Okay, it's done. I'll turn it off. My apologies. All right. Sorry about that.
Okay.
If I can get Mr. Darkanoff to repeat the blended rate of 10,109.
Yes, I didn't hear it either.
Okay.
Mr. Darkanoff,
Yes.
could you repeat those numbers for us, please?
Yes, absolutely. So VSG income stream, 4,000 square feet at $10, 2,472 square feet at $13, and 3,800 square feet at $12.63.
Oh, so we're not going on page 8. So, okay.
Yeah. So what I'm providing to the board is the recommended calculations, because the other one, the model-driven value, is already, they have it on a paper. So total leasable area 10,272 square feet at $11.69 per square foot, with a potential market income of $120,130. All other parameters stay the same. So the vacancy percentage, percentage for non-recoverable expenses, rate for shortfall, and cap rate stay the same. So we have 2% for vacancy, 3% for non-recoverable expenses, $6 for shortfall, and 7.2% of a cap rate. And that arrives at a value of $1,568,000, rounded to $1,567,000. Yeah, $1,567,000 rounded up. What happened here, and you can see additional building value of $192,000. This typically applies for the, because it's one property, it's calculated here. However, this value goes to the actual gas station. Those are your canopy, gas tanks, and the pumps. But the model calculated it here, so I am keeping it here as well, $192,000. So the in a market value for VSG is $1,761,000. Okay, so page 11, kiosks. So that is SKP. We have what I'm using is a rate of $38.50 per square foot, which is the same what has been provided by the applicant in Mr. McCubbin in his report. So what I'm using is 816 square feet at $13.50 per square foot for potential market income of $31,416. Calculation for expenses and vacancy percentages stays the same, so 2% for vacancy, 3% for non-recoverables, $6 for the shortfall rate, and 5.1% for capitalization rate provides a value of $584,000. And last is a OFS income stream. And there we have a model provides 5,000 square feet and 2,379 square feet. What I'm using is actual provided by the property owner on income and expense mailer, 5,180 square feet at $11 and 2,379 square feet at $13. Total leasable area 7,559 square feet at $11.63 per square foot. Again, percentages for non-recoverable expenses, vacancy, and shortfall stay the same as well as cap rate. So we're using 6% for vacancy, 3% for non-recoverables, $8 for shortfall, and 6.15% for cap rate, arriving at the value for this income stream at $1,244,000. Combining $116,000 with $584,000, $1,761,000, and $1,244,000, we arrive at value of $3,705,000.
Madam Chair, before we go further, what is the value Mr. Darknop ended up with on page 12 for that specific income summary, please?
Okay, income summary for OFS is
No.
1 million, or for altogether for everything?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, altogether $3,705,000.
no, that's the total, just on page 12, Mr. Darknoff, because I didn't get it either.
Okay, page 12 should be $1,244,000.
244?
Yeah, yes, $1,244,000.
Thank you.
Let me know if you are ready, I can proceed.
Yes, if you would proceed, please.
All right. So that brings us to page number 14 of my report, rent comparables. And on top of page 14, you see OFS rent comparables and actually comparable 4 and 5 with subject property. So comparable number 4 is subject property at 2,379 square feet at $13. And comparable number 5 is 5,180 square feet at $11. And that's what I use to recalculate my rents for OFS stream. Vehicle service garage, again, I'm using 15 comparables, which is typical comparables that have been presented by to the board for all of the VSG properties. And again, we're averaging at $16.42 per square foot. And with, I guess, and you can see the median 1453, weighted median 1453 and median at 1550, which is which falls in line with what has been recalibrated by me, and my blended rate for VSG right now is $11.69 per square foot. Okay, page 15. Again, typical presentation for car washes with for this cycle, and the subject property does have a blend of car wash and the convenience store. Hence, comparable number 9 provides a blended rate of $31.72 per square foot, and let's see, subject property blended rate would be would fall within that calculation of $31.70 per square foot. Following pages provide images of subject property, images of comparable properties. I'm sorry, and going forward, up until page 44, images of comparable properties for VSGs and the car wash and the gas stations with car washes. Page 45 is a capitalization rate for the capitalization rate table. And just to mention that blended capitalization rate is calculated to be based on the recommendation is 6.45% blended capitalization rate for all of the income streams. Following that page is income and expense mailer provided to the city by the property owner. And I guess the last pages of pages 59, 60, and 61 provide specific rents charged that is being actual rents for the subject property. On page 61, you can see the rates of $10, $11, $13, and $63. And those are the rates I used to recalculate my rents and offer a recommended value of $3,705,000. I'm open to any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. McCubbin.
I have no questions at this point in time.
Okay. You can, of course, redirect later if you wish.
Yes.
Ms. Anderson, questions?
I have no questions at this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Mann?
I would just like some clarification, please. What we're dealing with then, please correct me if I'm wrong, we're dealing with 5 separate valuations here. The car wash, the vehicle services garage, the store kiosk with pump, and the office area, along with some additional building value on the land. Is that, have I got that correct?
Well, four valuations. So we do have 4 separate valuations. And yeah, so we have an office section, we have a vehicle service garage, and we have a car wash and a gas station, and additional buildings that is typically added to the car wash, to the gas station as part of a canopy for the gas station, fuel pumps and fuel tanks.
Okay, thank you. I think I've got it straight now. That's all I had.
Thank you. Did you inspect this property?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Mr. McCubbin, if you'd like to give us your brief.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I did inspect this property, Madam Chair. I do agree with, just to make this as succinct as possible, I do agree with certain elements of the case that Mr. Assessor put forward, specifically with the car wash component as it speaks to the rent, $10, and also with the C-store component being at $38.50. Well, he came down to $38.50. So we agree on that. I haven't calculated the numbers, Madam Chair, but we would include in our workup 5% in terms of additional expenses incurred by the property owner. So we would have a total expense allowance of 7%. We would be using their shortfall rate and a vacancy rate. And there's a difference in the capitalization rate, but I would come down to the 5.10 overall. I see that the assessor is using a higher vacancy rate, a higher capitalization rate on the car wash itself. I would view it as one economic unit and place one rate on the property. So instead of the car wash being at $6.35, we would agree to bring in totality, given the increase in the expenses to 7%, we bring in totality the overall capitalization rate down for that component of the business down to 5.10. I haven't done the calculation, but that's what we would agree with. With respect to the other major difference we have, Madam Chair, is in regards to the building at the back of the property, the vehicle service garage. We feel that the paid rents are at market. So an overall rent of $9.18 square foot is appropriate for this property, along with the expense allowance, including shortfall of $76.99, with a 2% vacancy applied to that component of it, and using the city's capitalization rate of 7.2%, we would agree with that. So that value in fact would be 176. Sorry, if you include the pumps on that component of the building, which it's like, as Mr. Darknoff said, we should really include it in the skip and the C-store component, but we'll include it in here. So that would be $1,368,192. We agree with that value. Or the other improvements. And finally, yes, on page 16 of my report. Trying to relate it to the assessors. I believe we both have it. Assessor stream. On page 12 of his report, he's coming down to 1150. We're at 1163, slightly higher, Madam Chair, in terms of the rent. But we would like to include our expenses of 5 and 2, and the shortfall we agree with at $8 a square foot for that component. That's the office. There's a second-story office space, mezzanine type office, unit 200. And we would include that. And we're in agreement with the capitalization rate for this part of the property. So our value would be $1,191,000 versus the assessor's $1,244,000. I believe that's our differences, Madam Chair. That's my presentation.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Could you just give me that number one more time?
The number, the city, I believe, is recommending $1,244,000 for that office component of the building at the back. Our value is $1,191,000 in total. The city's revised, I should say, is $1,044,000.
I thank you. Mr. Darkinov, did you have any questions?
Yeah, so what is the total value you are seeking altogether for all of the components?
Sort of, you get that.
He's asking what your overall value is.
I can calculate that right now.
Okay.
Can I take a break to calculate it because I have to run it through the calculator?
Actually, yes. Why don't we just take a 5-minute break right now? Thank you. And I would like to call this meeting back to order. We're going to continue with 1761 Sargent Avenue, and Mr. McCubbin, if you would like to give us your figures.
Right, Madam Chair, the total value, and now that I have concluded, is $3,254,000. Slightly up from our original $3,233,000.
Right. And
Right.
could you give us a breakdown of that, please?
Yes, the breakdown in regards to that, if you look at page 21 of my brief, Madam Chair, that income summary should now read an NOI of $35,442 after accepting the assessor's rent for 768 square feet at $10 and leaving my rent for the 816 component at $38.50. The total value there now is $695,000. Assessor did not combine those two, but I'm, for the purposes of this hearing, I'm combining those two. And one 368 remains the same on page 19. You can see the calculation. We're accepting the paid rents of as market rents and adding the income valuation, the adjustments for the pumps, tanks, and canopies at 192. We arrive at a value of $1,368,000. And in regards to the office component, we feel or that remains the same also, Madam Chair, in my presentation. $1,191,000. And that breakdown gives you $3,254,000. Sorry, $3,254,000 in totality.
All right. I thank you. Mr. Darkanoff, I think you were asking questions when we took a break.
Yes, I was. Mr. McCubbin, I just have one more last question, and just to clarify, page 17 of your report provides, If you look at I believe you are using the actual rents for GT Holdings Limited, and you're using $5.82 per square foot. And page 61 of my report, which is income and expense mailer by the property owner, shows that at $12.63 per square foot. Would you know why there is such a discrepancy?
Sorry, which part of your
page 61 of my report is
page
the income
61?
and expense mailer. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, just bear with me here, please. That's a good question. I don't have an answer for that right now.
That's fine. Thank you.
Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, did you have any questions to Mr. McCubbin?
So just so that I have it correct in my mind, what totals the $3,254,000? The offices are $1,191,000, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and the vehicle service garage with the additional building is $1,368,000.
That is correct, and that includes the component for the pumps, tanks, and canopies at 192.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then the car wash, $116,000.
No, what I've done, Madam Chair, with this is I've combined it into one income stream for my purposes or for evaluation purposes. I think they should be combined. It's debatable, but I think it should be. And so I've combined it into one income summary using the agreed upon rents. I have agreed with the assessor's rent for $768, the car wash, at $10 a square foot, and using my rent at $38.50 a square foot for 816 square feet, and 2% vacancy applied. 2% vacancy applied. EGI would be 38,314, and less shortfall amount of 190, and less the 7% for management and other or additional expenses incurred by the owner of 2682. We arrive at an NOI of 35,442. And instead of using two different capitalization rates, I've gone with the lower capitalization rate on this property at 5.1%, giving us a value of 694,000 in total.
Okay, that's, I had it added in two places, so perfect.
Oh.
Thank you. That clarifies it for me. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Did you have a chance to inspect this property?
Yes, I have, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Yes.
and can you speak to the condition?
The condition, the component of the back, well, actually this building, this is a well-used site. It's some of the cheapest gas in the city, I believe. Last time I looked at it, it was about 34 per liter, where everyone else was selling about 46. So it's a heavily used site. The building at the back is starting to show its age. Although it's newer, it's starting to wear. You can tell the facade of the building is paintwork is coming off on it. There are garage doors at the back that seem to be functioning on the rear of the property, which faces north. There's a Quonset on a strip of land at the back that is of no value. That's used for some sort of storage, but there's no value to that component of it. But the overall improvement seems fair for its age. 1989, I would say 1990, which it shows here. Heavily used site though. In terms of petroleum products. A lot of gas goes through that gas station.
All right, and thank you. Do either of you have a wish for a summation on this property?
I don't, Madam Chair. I think it's, you have an idea of where we're coming.
Yeah, I think I'm okay as well. I think we've covered, it's a complex building, we've covered
All right.
I think we've covered it extensively, so that's I'm okay with the summation.
All right, I thank you both. We will move on to 1284 Main Street. And I understand we have a preliminary issue with this.
Yes, we do. Just refresh my understanding of what I'm looking at, what kind of building it is. Okay, so the preliminary issue is such that the city requests that the burden of proof versus the applicant for non-cooperation under section 53(3)(b) of the Municipal Assessment Act, and if the reduction in assessment is ordered, that follows the section 54 3.2 of the Municipal Assessment Act. If you look at the last pages of the report, I think in reality for page 15 of the report, no information for utilities, maintenance, and expenses have been provided. I believe that is the base for it, and that's what I'm asking for the in the preliminary issue. Thank you very much.
Sorry, excuse me, Mr. Darkanoff, I'm really having trouble understanding you.
Okay. So page 15 of my report, no information have been provided for the as far as the expenses of the property, and that is the basis why we seek the penalties. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. McKevin?
Madam Chair, if I understand Mr. Darknoff correctly, the reason he's asking for non-compliance is that there are no expenses reported for the property. I don't think that's good enough. I think the owners did comply with the request for information. There's no letters in here saying they didn't comply. They received the information, they sent it in. The owner, in this case, is not responsible for the expenses, and I guess they never provided it. The expenses bear not to belittle the fact that the expenses are used, but it bears much less significance than the actual reported rent on any I&E, because generally we go with the expenses of, in our case, 7%. The cities this time it's 2 and 3%. So to ask for non-compliance, I don't think is reasonable, Madam Chair, in this instance.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, questions?
In regards to the city's request, what page is the city's letter on, and what exactly was requested? Where does it show it?
The city's letter, I do not think it is attached to this to the brief. No, it's not on the brief.
It's not in the brief?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Mann?
Yes, can you tell us when this income and expense form partly filled out by Keter Holdings was received by the city?
I can do it in a second, yeah. I believe it was received on June 15th, 2020.
And after having received it, was a follow-up letter sent or a registered demand sent to the owner for compliance?
Not to my knowledge.
Sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
To my knowledge, there wasn't a follow-up sent.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
I also have no questions. Thank you. Did you wish to say anything else in this matter?
Madam Chair, I'd ask for the penalties not be applied in this case. The city was not diligent in requesting that additional information that the assessor is now coming forward and bringing up as an issue. And also that information, little weight is usually placed on that information. We're generally looking at the rental rate of the property. And so I'd ask the board not to shift the burden of proof.
All right, I thank you. We're just going to take a 5-minute recess to discuss this matter.
We're online.
And I would like to call this meeting back to order. And in regards to 1284 Main Street, the panel is denying the non-co-op. So, Mr. Darkanoff, if you would like to proceed with your brief, please.
Thank you. File number 223805, applicant Autos Group Limited, roll number 1404202500, address 1284 Main Street, owner Keter Holdings Incorporated, roll year 2023, reference date April 1st, 2021, assessed value is $7,981,000, classification 60 liability taxable. It's a vehicle service related building with number of buildings with 4 premises. Actual year built 2010. Wall height to 21 feet. So one number of stories 1. Zoning C3. Land area 114,651,000. Land area 29,626 square feet. Basement area 14,455 square feet. Gross floor 44,081 square feet, and leasable area 44,000 square feet even. Okay. So subject property pictures can be viewed on pages 2 and 3. It's an MPI building, which consists of vehicle service related space as well as office space. We, for the evaluation purposes, on page number 5, there is a 4 premise IDs that are being used to calculate the income, and we're using 14,938 square feet at $20.20, 14,688 square feet at $20.22. Basement leasable area is 4,500 square feet at $12.06, and the storage mezzanine at 9,874 square feet at $13.51 per square foot. Total area 44,000, and potential rent is $786,407. So for vacancy, we have 2% vacancy, and that brings us to effective gross income of $770,679. 3% expenses and $6 per square foot shortfall gives us an NOI of $742,279. We're using capitalization rate of 9.3%, and that provides a capitalized value of $7,981. $7,981,000. Sorry. Page 8 is basically another way to summarize the information I have provided. And page 7 is 5 comparables that are being presented for vehicle service related uses, such as that would be what would be considered a higher quality vehicle service garages. So the 5 comparables there, averaging at 19.95 cents per square foot, and with a median of $20.50 per square foot. Following pages 8 through pages 12, provide pictures of the comparables that are being used to compare subject property. So comparable one is a fountain tire on 1064 McPhillips Street at $15.50 per square foot. Comparable to is a property on Pembina Highway, 2735 Pembina Highway at $20.50 per square foot. And so on, panel can view it. Page 13 provides a table for capitalization rates, and page 15 kind of already touched with income and expense mail sent by the property owner. So that is all I have, and I'm open for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. McCubbin, questions?
Yes, thanks, Jen. Mr. Darkanov, if you can turn your attention to page 5 of your presentation, please. So there's a basement area in this building, is there not?
There is.
There is a basement, but if you look at the tenant class C6, you said you have it as a storage mezzanine. That's in fact basement, is it not?
To my understanding, C6 is a mezzanine, and C9 at 4,500 square foot is a basement. Not and the reason being is obviously the basement is larger in this property. However, the leasable portion of the basement is much smaller, as basement contains non-leasable sections such as mechanical areas and so on. Hence, 4,500 square feet is basement leasable, and C6 that you refer to is actually a mezzanine. If you go back to page 1 of my report, it says number of stories 1, but if you look at the pictures, obviously you can see that some section of the property is higher. So there is a mezzanine, and that's what the mezzanine is, 9,874 square feet.
So you're saying, in fact, that is actually a mezzanine. So how do you correlate the on page 1 of your brief saying the basement area is 14,455 square feet? Am I missing something here?
Yeah, basically the total basement area is 14,455 square feet. However, leasable area of the basement is 4,500.
Okay, that's as you have it.
Yes.
So you're saying this mezzanine component is not a part of the basement?
To my knowledge, it's not.
Where is it? Have you inspected this building?
No, I have not.
So you don't know where this mezzanine lies then, do you?
If you look at the pictures on page 3 of my report,
Yeah.
You see so the bottom picture of page 3, you see 4 garage doors, 2 taller garage doors and 2 shorter garage doors. My understanding is that a mezzanine would be over the section of the building where over those shorter garage doors.
Okay, I see. And you have the mezzanine at $13.51 a square foot.
That's correct, yes.
So your overall rent for this property is, what does that work out to be? Have you calculated that?
Overall rent, you mean on page 5 of my report, potential rent, 786,000? Is that what your question is? Or the
Yeah, the overall rent per square foot, sorry.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, just give me 1 second. So the blended rate that this comes out to be $17.87.
$17.87 a square foot. Okay. So if you look at your comparisons on page 7,
Okay.
what would be your best comparison there?
Those are overall general comparables that are used for vehicle service garages. And the largest one is 8,000 square foot comparable number 4 at $20 per square foot. Just given the size of the subject property at what we have 44,000 square feet overall. However, and having a vehicle service related section of I think 14,000, that would be the most related comparable, but I don't think there is a best one in this particular case, given the uniqueness of subject property.
And you would agree that these comparables are much smaller than the subject property in totality, right?
Like if we add them up together, I never did that exercise, but it looks like yes.
Yeah, they're yeah. Okay, those are all the questions I have.
Yeah.
Thank you. No questions?
In regards to the cap rate, 9.30%, that's all model generated?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what would be the factors that would generate a cap rate at that level?
I would have to state that I would most likely reason that the cap rate is so high at 9.3% for subject property that is relatively, it's not very old, it's 2010 built, is the size of the subject property, right? What we're looking at is a 44,000 square foot leasable area.
Okay, the size, and what about the location, Main Street?
Well, Main Street location typically is a desirable location for commercial property.
Mm-hmm.
So that probably would be a positive effect on a cap rate. So that would tend to drive the cap rate lower in comparison to something that is not on a main route, such as the Main Street, for example. But I would place my judgment call that the cap rate of 9.3% is purely due to the size of the subject property being one of the bigger properties out there for vehicle service related garages.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions. The questions that I had in regards to the rent comparables have been asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
Just a couple of questions. This building was constructed in 2010. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what the report stated, 2010 year build, and
And MPI is the sole tenant in there and has been since 2010.
To my knowledge, it has been, yes.
Do you know if this building was constructed for MPI or at the instructions of MPI?
My depths of my research did not go that deep to determine whether this building has been indeed constructed for the purposes of MPI, but just by the looks of it, it would appear that it has been. But it's just, I cannot state for sure without doing further review, but just by looking at the building itself, looking at the aerial view of the property, street view of the property, it resembles a typical building that an MPI would occupy.
Okay, my last question is with respect to the rent comparables found at your page 7. Are any of those properties, do any of those properties have MPI as a tenant?
No, those properties, they have more of a higher ranking vehicle service related tenants. You would have, for example, tenants such as Fountain Tire or Midas. So those are national brands tenants, and that's how the rate per square foot was derived. And the other things were the things for the subject property has been reflected in its cap rates. Like City of Winnipeg is using higher cap rate to reflect that subject property is a larger property.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. So, Mr. Adarkanov, you did not inspect, correct?
No, I did not inspect the property.
Okay, and your brief is model driven, correct?
Yes, it has been.
Okay, so then on page 5 of your brief, you're giving the storage mezzanine area a rent of $13.51. So can you speak at all to the nature of the storage mezzanine in terms of height, in terms of location?
Well, we briefly touched the location, and again, I did not. The depth of my research did not include inspection of the property nor reviewing of the plans. But by looking at the page 3 of my report, the bottom picture, it's reasonable to assume that the mezzanine area would be an area where you see the 2 garage doors on the right? So 2 shorter garage doors. It's reasonable to assume that's where the mezzanine area is. As far as utilization of the mezzanine area, I cannot speak for sure without doing the inspection of the subject property.
Okay, so you're saying you think the mezzanine area would be above those 2 larger garage doors?
Shorter garage doors. The larger garage doors would have a full ceiling height, and the shorter garage doors would have a mezzanine area somewhere above the garage doors, right? I would assume by typical standards, you would be able to look down from the mezzanine area into a section of the building far left where the 2 tall garage doors are. So where those 2 tall garage doors are, you would have a full ceiling height, and where the 2 shorter garage doors are, you would have a floor mezzanine over in that section.
Okay. And I just have a follow-up question to Mr. McCubben's question in regards to the basement area.
Yes.
So you've got it at 14,455. And then on page 5, you've got your rent for the basement at 4,500 square feet.
Yes.
So Can you speak at all to what the difference is, why this portion of the basement would garner rent? How is it different from the other basement space?
Okay, well, so what, let's look at it in this way. The information I can provide about this property is the following, is that this particular premise is classified as basement leasable. So it has been determined at one point that 4,500 square feet of the basement space is a leasable space. Now, again, due to the timing, due to the constraints that were available, that were placed, and the lack of time, we weren't able to inspect subject property, nor review the plans for it. I did have a different MPI building in one of my prior dockets, and if the information would be similar, I would ask you to look at page 2 of my report. And you can see the bottom picture there on the right hand side, so that will be on the west end, that is closest to the main street. You see a bay terrace that goes down. So that would open up the basement to have windows, and that would open up the basement area, that would classify the basement area to be leasable.
Okay, but I'm going to suggest that speculation, because you didn't inspect the property.
No, I did not inspect the property.
All right, I thank you. That's all my questions. Mr. McCubbin, if you'd like to give us your brief.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Turn your attention to page 2 of my brief, please. Property is a Manitoba Public Insurance Corporation building. It's located at 1284 Main Street. I do agree with the assessor's determination of the mezzanine space within that property. It should, and going from memory, Madam Chair, I have not inspected this property myself, this specific MPI building, but there is usually a mezzanine space, as the assessor says, over the smaller doors of the garage. There's a full ceiling height for the bigger doors. Small doors would have the mezzanine space, and that's what would be termed mezzanine in a sense. You can look up and you usually see that mezzanine there. So hopefully that's able to give me an idea of what the building looks like. On page 8 of my brief, the improvements were constructed in 2010, with roughly 50% of the main floor devoted to office space, and the remainder being used as garage and storage facility. So that's what we have in our information. 50% is devoted for garage and storage. The basement area, we have a 14,455, and that is taken directly from the city's if I can turn your attention to page 20 of my brief. It says building section 2. That's where we got that information from. I believe that information should be broken out into 2 components, a mezzanine and a basement area, as the assessor has said. The land area is 113,256 square feet, adequate area for the operation of this MPI center. In the basement consists of lunchroom, meeting room, and a mix of office and mechanical storage areas. So that's it. That's the mix. It's not the public is not allowed down there in that basement or generally anywhere within that building except for the counter area. And turn your attention to page 14 of my brief. It's leased by MPI for $493,308 per annum, based on a 2020 lease renewal. The assessor has assigned a net market rent of $786,407, substantially more in their valuation, based on a gross building area of 44,000 square feet. Notwithstanding the lease rate in place as of the reference date, we submit that the net market rent for this property should be no more than $647,821 in this case, based upon a net rent of $17.50 for the main floor area and $9 per square foot for the basement area, which would be now basement and mezzanine, which makes sense. Generally, we would put the mezzanine area in at about half the rate of a main floor area. So this makes sense to me, the $9 per square foot for both the mezzanine and the basement area. The lease comparables below show the relative lease rates of VSGs. They average $9.26, median of $9. We're applying a main floor rental rate of $17.50, which is at the upper end of the range for the subject. It's a very, it's almost like a special purpose built type situation here. Suits their needs very well. It's sufficient for MPI's needs. With respect to the basement area and the mezzanine area, and specifically the basement area on page 15 of my presentation, you will see there aren't a lot of basement rents within the city that we can garner information from, but I've done my best to show what a typical basement area would go for the largest one being 11,500 square feet on Regent Avenue for $3 a square foot. That doesn't compare really to this property. This property is much newer and the use is different. However, the average and the median are $5.82 and $5.99 respectively for basement area. We feel that a basement rate and a mezzanine rate of $9 is justified for the subject property. So you can see how we arrive at our potential net market income of $647,000 on page 15. The only other components that we disagree with respect to the income summary of the assessor is $4 in our valuation. 4% in our valuation for vacancy allowance. We're using, in our study, we have a vacancy rate of 4% for industrial type buildings. This is more of an industrial type use. It's a mixed use, but leaning towards a large component of it is more of an industrial high ceiling heights in the automotive area. And they generally don't, it's clean in there. They are not repairing cars by any means, but there are lifts and whatnot to investigate collisions of automobiles in that part of the building. So we arrive at an overall rate of $14.72 per share for the entire building, and applying $6 per square foot for shortfall, along with the 4% vacancy, and a non-recoverable expense of 7%. And we are agreeing with the assessor's capitalization rate of 9.3%. We arrive at a value of $6,106,000 rounded. On the appendix, you can see the commercial section detail from the assessment and taxation department. Page 21 shows how they came up with their value, and 2019 and 2020 information with respect to the I&E is included on the following pages. So I asked the board to reduce the value of the subject property from $7,981,000 to $6,106,000. That's my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Darkinoff, did you have questions?
Mr. McCobbin, I just have a couple of quick questions. So subject property obviously is used by MPI, and it's a mixed use. My question is, you stated that you believe that it is more of an industrial use building. However, wouldn't you agree that industrial use building typically have some sort of a manufacturer going on in there, whereas subject property is more of a vehicle service related, even though no true repairs go on in that particular building, but inspections of the vehicles do happen over there?
Yes, that's correct. Madam Chair, I did say vehicles are inspected there, but they're not repaired on site. It's a rather clean floor. There are high ceilings in that section of the building. It's more tantamount to industrial setting, but it is a mixed use. There's a large component of office space within this property. So, yeah.
So those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, questions?
Just in regards to the vacancy loss that you're proposing to be applied of 4%, can you explain again why you feel the 4% is appropriate in this instance?
Again, Madam Chair, I guess in my review of this property, I lean towards more of an industrial type of a building. That's the reason why. You look at it, it can be used as storage. There's a certain part of it can be used as storage. It's rather clean. You have grade level loading on both ends of the building and very high ceiling heights. And that's the reason why. But I do realize that it has a large component of office space also. So.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you for your presentation.
No, I have nothing. Thank you.
I also have no questions. Do either of you have a wish for a summation on this property?
I don't, Madam Chair.
I don't have, I don't think to summarize anything. Thank you.
All right. We'll move on to our next item at 2535 Main Street.
Madam Chair, may I ask for a 5-minute break?
Yes.
All right.
I would like to call the meeting back to order. We are looking at 2535 Main Street. Mr. Adarkanoff, floor is yours.
Thank you. So file number 222413, applicant Altus Group Limited, roll number 05009207800, address 2535 Main Street, owner Red River Cooperative Limited, roll year 2023, reference date April 1st, 2021, assessed value $3,516,000. Classification 60, liability is taxable. Okay, so the subject property has two buildings. Year built 2005. Wall heights 12 to 14 feet. Zoning C3. Land area 55,276 square feet. Plan area 5,694 square feet, same as leasable area. So what we're subject property is a gas station. It's a Red River Co-op gas station that consists of convenience store as well as a car wash. Pages 2 and 3 provide the aerial and street view of subject property. And as you can see so there is a building for convenience stores, there is a building for car wash, gas pumps. You can see the canopy for the gas pumps, as well as since there's gas pumps, there is also gas tanks in the ground. So for market income, we're using two income streams. So income stream number one is what we call SKP, store kiosk. So 3,089 square feet leasable area at $39.22 per square foot. Gives us a potential rent of $121,151. Applying 2% for vacancy loss. We are arriving at effective gross income of $118,728,000. Expenses at 3%, non-recoverable expenses at 3%, shortfall rate of $6 per square foot, gives us an NOI of $114,795. Capitalization rate of 5.45%, gives us a capitalized value of $2,106,330. As well as we have additional building values, as have been mentioned before. Those are your fuel pumps, gas tanks, and the canopy. Estimated value for kiosk with additional building value, $2,999,000. Following page provides a breakdown of what has been included in additional building value. And highlighted in yellow are the items relating to gas tanks, canopy, or gas pumps. Totaling overall, you can see the total on page 7, $893,000. And on page 8, shows income stream for a car wash. So 2,605 square feet at a rate of $14.21 per square foot. Gives us a potential rate of $37,017. Applying 2% vacancy loss, we get an effective gross income of $36,277. 3% non-recoverable expenses and $6 of shortfall per square foot. We get a net operating income of $34,876. Capitalization rate applied to this income stream is 6.75%. Gives us an estimated value of $517,000. So page 9 blends two income streams together, where we get potential rent of $158,168. Which is a blended rate of $27.78 for combined square footage of 5,624 square feet. Going all the way down to the bottom of this report, estimated market value for two income streams is $3,516,000. Comparables that are used for this car wash, as well as all of the other car washes, I believe the following two properties are also car washes, are the same. So we have 14 comparables with a mean of $56.28 per square foot and the median of $32.32 per square foot. Subject property has both car wash and the convenience store. Comparable number 9, 690 Sterling Line addresses both. And the area of 3,625 square feet for comparable number 9 includes both convenience store and the car wash. And the blended rate is $31.72. And going back to the blended rate for subject property for both convenience store and car wash is $27.78. Comparables 3 and comparables 10 are pure car washes. So comparable 3 is a car wash with 6,480 square feet at $9 per square foot, as well as comparable 10 is a car wash with 3,360 square feet at $14.51 per square foot. Next are the pictures for the comparable properties, and the panel has those are the same pictures that have been used. So panel has seen probably all of them. Page 25 provides a summary of the capitalization rates, as well as income and expense report sent by the property owner. That's all I have for this property, and I am open for your questions.
Mr. McCollum?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. So you've used Mr. Darkinoff on page 5 of your brief. You've used the rate of $39.22 a square foot for the C store. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If I can turn your attention to page 10 of your brief. It runs quite the gamut of rents here, won't you say? Like in terms of variability, with a mean of $56 some cents and a median of $32. Some of them are not really true comparisons, are they?
Yes. This particular report presents rents for gas stations, and gives some of them are smaller kiosks, and some of them are actually convenience stores. So subject property is a convenience store, and application of convenience stores probably would be a better representation of the value. That's why I pointed panel to comparable number 9, which has both convenience store and a car wash.
Right. So number 9, but that shows a rent of $31.72. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Net rent per square foot, and you're using that rent of $39.22.
Well, that is a blended rate, right? So that includes both C store and the car wash. So if we are to blend our rents, as I stated before,
right?
If I'm to blend it, we get $27.78.
I see your point. So that would be your best comparison, you would say, out of all your properties?
When property has both car wash and a C-store, I would say that number 9 would be the best one to compare.
Okay.
Other ones typically are just kiosk or convenience stores, and they're better compared to the properties that do not have car washes, but just a kiosk or convenience store.
Those are all the questions I have.
Ms. Anderson, questions?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Matt?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
I have one quick question. So you're saying number 9 is your best comparable, Mr. Darkanoff?
Yes, Madam Chair. For the reason being that number 9 is a combination, the property is a gas station that has both convenience store and the car wash, and subject property is also combines vehicle service, car wash and convenience store.
Okay. Do you have an age on that?
Age of subject property is 2005.
No, the age on your comparable, number 9?
2014.
14. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't see that. And thank you. That's all my questions. Mr. McCubbin,
Thanks, Madam.
you're ready.
Property is owned by Red River Co-op Limited. The address is 2535 Main Street. The subject was constructed. It is 2005. It's essentially a one-story building. Both buildings are one-story with pumps and canopies and underground tanks. As you can well imagine, with a gas station like this, we're asking for a value of $2,460,000 on this property, with a reference date being April 1st, 2021. You can turn your attention to page 8 of the brief. You've seen this before. This is just a different overhead of the subject property with the spacing of the buildings on site. It does have a touchless car wash with 12-foot ceiling height in the south end of the site. It's zone C3 commercial. On page 13, turning your attention to page 13. The city of Winnipeg has placed potential net rent of $121,151 or $39.22. That would be on a convenience store portion of the subject. We reviewed the following rents, and as a result, we'll be using $28 a square foot. Just to explain that the lease comparisons there. When you look at Lakewood 2 and 3, that includes, that's a C-store and a car wash included for 38,096 square feet in total, giving you a lease rate of $23.10. It is older than subject property, and we've adjusted upwards for that. I should. Bear with me, please, Madam Chair. That is with respect to the convenience store only, but that's a combined rate would be $23.10. Not sure what they're placing on what in that in those leases, what values they're placing on which component or which use of the property there. It's a straight $23.10 a square foot. The Odyssey C-Store and Car Wash would be located on McPhillip Street. It's built in 2004. Fairly close to the subject property's age, and it's a car wash and C-Store also. 4580 square feet, 2183 per square foot. We are using $20.68 overall in our valuation. Breaking it out, we're using $28 on the C-Store itself. And on the car wash, we're using a value of $12 a square foot. We agree with the city's in regards to the valuation of the 3,089 square foot portion at $28. We're using a 2% vacancy allowance, 6% shortfall, non-recoverable expenses at 5%, and other at 2%. And we're using a capitalization rate of 6.75% on that portion of the property. As a matter of fact, we're using an overall capitalization rate of 6.75%. We see no reason to break the capitalization rates out for the different components. This is one economic unit. An investor would look at this and value it in the pro forma and regard one capitalization rate for the entire improvements. So we're using capitalization rate of 6.75 for both components. For the car wash, we're using $12 a square foot versus the city's $14.21. $4 because it's more of an industrial type use. Now that's debatable in terms of whether that's my opinion, Madam Chair. The city is using 2%. I think this is it's more of an industrial type building. That's why I'm using that vacancy allowance. When you think of retail, you think more of the store and et cetera. Shortfall at $6. Non-recoverable expenses 5 and 2. And we're agreeing with the city's capitalization rate for this component of the building at 6.75. We did not agree with the city's capitalization rate. I should touch on that with the retail component. I don't think I have to go through and explain my non-recoverable expense situation. If you have that in hand with our rationale for that. But with respect to capitalization rate for the larger portion, which is the C-Store, if you look on page 14, you can see that's truly a retail setting. For retail quality, for retail cap rates or standard retail, with a 5% non-recoverable would be band of 6.75% to 7.25%. We're at the lower end of the range, Madam Chair. And if you decide to not include the non-recoverable expenses, in our studies, it showed that the cap rates go up about 25 basis points to 7 and 7.5 correspondingly. And that's where I'm getting the capitalization rate for C-store itself at 6.75%. And that's my presentation. I asked the board to reduce the value to $2,460,000.
Mr. Darkenhoff, questions?
Yes, so Mr. McCubbin, just to, if we go back to page 13 of your report.
Yeah.
So those are your comparables, and I believe you mentioned that Lakewood property is basically both, right? It has vehicles, it has a car wash as well as a C-store together. Is that correct?
That is correct. If you look at both of them, yeah, 26, 21,
Yeah.
and it's the C-store and the 12. Yeah.
And you also mentioned that Lakewood property is a bit comparable, is a bit older, right? That's why you had to adjust it upwards. Is that what you mentioned?
That the age is 1980 to 2007. The car might have been built after the
So so $23.10 per square foot is a blended rate, right, for both of them? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I believe it would be, yes.
Okay. And other comparables, are they also, I guess, car wash and the C-store, or are they just a C-store? Would you know?
I believe the other comparables are number 5 would be a combination of both with a relative.
Okay.
Yeah, that one would be. Sage Creek would be a C-store.
Mhm.
And car wash also.
Okay.
That would be a combination on Sage Creek, and it's newer at $28.24 a square foot. Yeah.
Okay. So all of the comparables show blended rates. However, you are breaking it down into a separate rates of C-store and the car wash. Would you agree that perhaps blending a rate for subject in your comparables and providing a blended rate would be more accurate in this particular situation?
In fact, Madam Chair, I do come up with a blended rate in the end. This is just for valuation purposes and doing the report, but the blended rate still has to make sense. And my blended rate is sorry. My blended rate is in fact $20.68 per square foot, and I believe it's fair and just.
So
when compared to the blended rates, the one on Sage Creek is much nearer than the subject property. The one in McPhillips is more closely related to age, almost exactly the same age as the subject property.
And Lakewood is a bit older, right, than the subject property. So,
pardon me? Sorry, I didn't get that.
And the property on Lakewood, the comparables too, is a bit older than subject property, right?
That's older. Yeah, that's older than the subject property. Yeah. Yeah, it's more closely related to McPhillips.
Yeah, so that's why I believe that. Would you agree with me that perhaps adjusting the blended rate upwards would be more appropriate given your comparables?
No, I'm not going to agree with you on that because I agree with what I've done in my report. Sorry.
All right. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, questions?
My questions have been asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you tell us in your comparables how many gas pumps or bays there are?
That's a good question, Madam Chair. I don't have that information. That would be something that would be
relevant.
Yeah, relevant. Yeah.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Yeah.
Can you tell me, Mr. McCubbin, your comparables, are any of them Red River Co-ops?
I don't believe so, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Just let me check. I think Red River Co-op generally own their stores. I'm not certain, Madam Chair.
All right, I thank you. That's all my questions. Do either of you have a wish for a summation on this property?
I don't, Madam Chair.
Neither do I.
Thank you. We will then move on to 1008 Keewatin. And I believe there is a preliminary issue with this property. Correct, Mr. Adarkov?
I believe so. Let me just take a look at. Yes, so the subject property, this particular property does have a preliminary issue. And I would like to address it at this point, and I request that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for non-cooperation under section 53(3)(b) of the Municipal Assessment Act. And if a reduction in assessment is ordered, that it follows section 54(3)(2) of the Municipal Assessment Act. If you would flip to page 25 of my report. That provides Canada Post Canada Post verification that the following letters have been delivered to the property owner. And if you look further on page 26 and 27, those are the letters to request for income and expenses, as well as on page 28 and 29, 30 and 31 are copies of the expense mailers that have been sent to the property owner, as well as a COVID questionnaire that has not been received by the city. Based on that, I asked the panel to look into the preliminary issues that I have going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCubbin, did you have questions?
I don't have any, Madam Chair. It appears as though someone did sign for this document. We did receive the expense either. I'll leave it at that.
Ms. Anderson, questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mann?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
I have no questions. Did you wish to speak to the matter though, Mr. McCubbin?
No, I'll let the board decide on this, Madam Chair.
I'm just going to ask you one question. Do you know whose signature that is on page 25?
No, I don't. I don't.
All right. I thank you. We'll just take a brief 5-minute recess to discuss this non-co-op. I would like to call this hearing back to order. And in regards to the non-co-op on 1008 Keewatin Street, we are going to grant the non-co-op. So Mr. McCubbin, if you would like to start with your brief, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The property owner is Red River Co-op Limited tenant. The address is 1008 Keewatin Street in Winnipeg. The roll number is 14-0967737700. The building age is 1989. The file number we're dealing with, Madam Chair, is 22-3224. The leasable area of the property is 1,813 square feet. The assessment year is 2023, with the effective date of valuation being January 1st, 2023. That should be 2021. Here. The current realty assessment is $1,966,000, and we're asking for a requested assessment of $1,482,000. I'll ask you to correct that, please.
Mr. McCubbin, could you just repeat that, please?
We're asking for a requested we're requesting assessment, Madam Chair, of $1,482,000. And I will explain that in my brief. Why the change? On page 8 of my brief, subject is the Red River Gas Bar convenience store located in the Tyndall Park area of Winnipeg. There are 8 double pumps on site. You can see the relative configuration of the improvements on the site. On page 9, you will see the surrounding services in the area, map below, and the overhead of the property. It's on the top part of the photograph. I think best use is the continuance of its current use, Madam Chair. We have, for purposes of this report, we're using 1,813 square feet, and based on the sample of net rents in the table shown on that page, we're using a net rent of $36 a square foot to the rentable area. There is a pad lease on the property effective March the 1st, 2021, Madam Chair. February the 28th, 2026 at $85,000 per annum. That's a pad lease. Applying a vacancy allowance of 2%, shortfall rate of $6 per square foot, along with the vacant space, accounting for the expenses of the vacant space, and non-recoverable expenses of totaling 7%. And we're applying a capitalization rate, Madam Chair, of 6.75%. And if you look at the retail cap rate table, you will see a standard retail quality of 6.75%, lower end of that range. So the income summary on the following page shows the value that we've placed on the improvements at $36 a square foot, with the vacancy allowance of 2% applied and shortfall and non-recoverable expenses. We arrive at a net operating income of $59,268. And applying a capitalization rate of 6.75%, we arrive at a value of $878,000 rounded. I would like to make an adjustment to the value in the form of, instead of the adjustment being 647 for pumps, tanks, and canopies, I'm reducing that to the city's amount of $604,000 in totality. and arriving at a value of $1,482,000. And we asked the board to reduce the assessed value from $1,966,000 to $1,482,000. And that's my presentation.
I thank you. Mr. Darkoff, questions?
Just a quick question, Mr. McCoben, on page 14 of your report. I believe the comparables you're using, they provide the rates for both car wash and gas station from the previous discussion. Is that so?
That's correct. Yeah.
Subject property does not have a car wash, it's purely a convenience store, is that correct?
That is correct.
So would you say that the presence of car washes in the comparables would tend to drive the rent per square foot down?
It would tend to, yeah, if you combine them both together, it would push that value down in terms of an overall rent. Yes.
And so with that, do you have any evidence of the, I guess, rate for the convenience stores, just a convenience store without it being blended with a car wash?
I do believe that the number 5 is for a convenience store.
Okay. And is
that again is quite a bit old, newer than the subject property. The same would go for number 6.
Okay. And you also mentioned that the pad site for the subject property is 85,000 per annum. Is that a market rate? Do you know?
That is just for the pad site itself. That would vary depending on the site, and I don't know the details of that pad site, Madam Chair. It's for the land itself. When you see a pad site, it's it's specifically for the land.
So
these sites, it's been my experience that these sites do have considerable contamination at the end of their life. You know, there's spillage of petroleum products almost on a daily basis. There's leakage from the tanks themselves. I'm not sure how that is gauged in that overall value of the pad site rate.
But
Not seen the leases.
So the current owner leases the pad from and currently it appears to be they're paying $85,000 per year just for the pad site. Is that,
Can you say that again, please? Sorry, I missed that.
So current tenant, the Red River Co-op, they're leasing the pad from somebody else, from the property owner, from the landowner, and they're paying $85,000 per year for the pad site. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And our potential rent for the pad site plus improvement on the city side at least is $74,000, like $25,000. So that's so pad site itself seems to be a bit higher than the potential rent provided. Is that correct?
Yeah, as I said, Madam Chair, I'm not sure what goes into that pad site situation with whether there's gallonage coming out of there, how that's values. There are many ways to develop a pad site lease rate. It could be dependent on volume coming out of the gas station. It could be dependent on a number of issues. I really don't know. I haven't seen the leases. Or I haven't seen.
Oh, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
I have no questions, thank you.
Mr. Mann?
Just looking at the cap rate that you're applying, the 6.75%, and looking at page 15, your capitalization rate chart, that those retail standard quality, or the retail standard quality is not limited to gas station kiosks or even convenience stores. That's all retail in your cap study?
That is correct. Yeah, all retail.
Thank you. I would like to go.
Got a building age of 1989 on this.
Yes, it is.
That's all my questions. Mr. Darkoff, would you like to give us your brief, please?
Sorry, so basically, you're, I didn't hear, what did you say? Madam Chair?
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, I missed your question. What was it?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding you, Mr. Darkoff.
All right, so I guess you want me to, I guess you're ready for me to present, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So subject property was a Board of Revision file number 223224, applicant Altus Group Limited, roll number 140967737000, address 1008 Q18 Street, owners Bhupinder K. Sharma and Neelam K. Sharma, for the year of 2023 and the reference date of April 1st, 2021. Assessed value is $1,966,000. Classification for the property is 60 and liability is taxable. Number of buildings 1, year built 2006. And effective year built is 2006 as well. Wall height 14 feet. Zoning C3. Land area 22,182 square feet. Plan area 1,813 square feet, and it's the same as a leasable area. So page 2-3 provide pictures, aerial view and street view for the subject property. So you can see it's a convenience store with a gas station that has pumps, canopy, and the fuel tanks. On page 5 of the report, we have the income breakdown for the convenience store. So 1,813 square feet, and we are using rate of $40.83 per square foot. Potential rent $74,025. City applies 2% vacancy loss, and that provides an effective gross income of $72,544. 3% for non-recoverable expenses and $6 for shortfall rate. Gives us net operating income of $70,150. City uses capitalization rate of 5.15. And that provides a capitalized value of $1,362,136. In addition to that, we're adding additional building values of $604,000. That includes canopy, gas pumps, and gas tanks. Total estimated value is $1,966,000. Page 2 provides a summary of additional building values. So highlighted yellow are the building values relating to canopy, tanks, and gas pumps. And page 7 provides a summary of the income, again, giving us a value of $1,966,000. Comparables that are being provided for the gas station type of properties are on page 8. Those are 14 comparables that panel have seen on many occasions, and there we have mean of $56.28 and the median of $32.32. Comparables are a blend of pure convenience stores, pure car washes, or a blend of thereof as presented in comparable number 9. So comparable number 9 is not a best comparable. In this case, such a property does not have a car wash. Comparable 10 and comparable 3 are also car washes and should not be considered for the valuation of such a property. Such a property has an area of 1,800 square feet, which closely relates, probably would fall in line with comparable number 2. As it is 1,680 square feet, and perhaps some of the smaller comparables in relative to what such a property is. So we can look at comparable 11, 12, 2, 1. Those would be close in size comparables to such a property, of course. That's a comparable number 2 being the closest. So we can skip area and street view of comparables and go to page 23, where we have table of capitalization rates provided by the city, as well as already presented before, copies of income and expense mailers that were sent to the property owner and have not been received. I am open for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. McCollum.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just you turn your attention. So, in fact, this, as far as you know, the property was built in 2006. Is that what the records show?
That's what this report shows. Yes, it has been built in 2006, and there have been, as I'm looking at right now, in 2006, I see the demolition permits. And so there has been some, and the sellers have construct new permit in 2007 for the amount of $1,900,000.
Okay, so it's a 2006 building. Thank you for that. If I can turn your attention to page 8. What would be your best comparable here?
As I said, like probably comparable number 2. It's on 1070 Henderson. It's very close in size. It's a bit older. It's 1996. That's probably the better comparable out there, given the spatial similarities.
Do you know what that comparable entails in terms of, is it just a store or?
Well, the pictures are on page 10, right? So it is also Red River Co-op, and it has a store in the pump. So it has so it is just a convenience store in the pumps, very similar to subject.
With respect to the capitalization rate, you're using a cap rate of 5.15%. That's fairly low, wouldn't you say? For any type of property. It's almost like a land rate. capitalization rate, wouldn't you say?
Well, I would say that the city did provides capitalization derives cap rates from the, I guess, based on calculations of actual sales, the property sold for, based on information provided to the city income and expense mailers. So to answer your question, it is on a lower side of the capitalization rates. So when you look at page 23 of my report, for example, it gives you 20th and 80th percentiles, and I always fall to office suburban B first, which is 5.6 and 6.9, is 5.15 lower than 20th percentile. Yes, it is. Then,
sorry, which band are you looking at on that page? 20. You're looking at page 23. 23.
Yes.
23, right. So are you looking at the retail band or?
At this point, I'm looking at the office suburban B because
office.
Yes.
Why would you look at the office?
My understanding that gas stations being in the office section, they fall under that classification for capitalization rates.
So gas rates. So the rationalization here, if I can get it correctly from you, is that gas stations were under the jurisdiction of the office area, so they use office cap rates. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is my understanding of the situation.
Okay, because if you look at the band below with respect to retail, which this is what this category of property falls under, you can see it. It's nowhere near.
Yeah, it is 6. Yeah. So when you look at retail, but then again, you look at retails, right, and you have 6%. But is it that again, like gas station? Is it a true retail, right? You have to ask yourself.
I beg your pardon. There's a store there, is there not? That's a retail store.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
it's a convenience store. However, it also blended with the gas station part of it. That's I guess where the difference is, in my opinion.
There's no office there, is there?
As far as definition of office as
or the use of the property.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, those are all the questions I have.
Ms. Anderson?
No, I have no questions.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
I also have no questions. Do either of you have a wish for a summation on this property?
I don't, Madam Chair. I think it's.
I do not need to summarize this at this time.
All right. We will move on to 2615 McPhillips. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Dartmouth.
All right, so subject property with a Board of Revision file number 22-2414. Applicant Autos Group Limited. Roll number 0500-1571-000. Address 2615 McPhillips Street. Owners Red River Cooperative Limited. Roll year 2023. Reference date April 1st, 2021. Assessed value $2,304,000. Has two buildings. Subject property has two buildings. They're one story. Year built from 2002 to 2013. With overall effective age of 2007. Wall height 10 to 14 feet. Zoning M1. Land area 79,191 square feet. Plan area, which is the same as the leasable area, is 3,809 square feet. So page 2 and 3 provide aerial and street view of subject property. So subject property has a convenience store, car wash, as well as a canopy and for the gas pump, gas tanks. Let's see. So it's located on North Phillips. So for income stream, for the first income stream, which is on page 5 of my report, which is a car wash. Car wash is 2,445 square feet at a rate of $10.03 per square foot. Using vacancy of 2%, expenses, non-recoverable expenses at 3 and shortfall at $6 per square foot, with capitalization rate of 6.7%. We arrive at estimated market value of $344,000. Page 6 shows income workup for convenience store, 1,364 square feet of a convenience store at a rate of $41.78 per square foot, using 2% vacancy loss, non-recoverable expenses of 3%, and the shortfall of $6 per square foot, and 5% capitalization rate. We arrive at a capitalized value of $1,080,180. In addition to the capitalized value, there is also excess land, additional land part that is valued at $9.03 per square foot for 26,236 square feet. And the value for that is $237,000, as well as your typical additional buildings for the gas station valued at $643,000. Total estimated value for this particular income stream is $1,960,000. Page 7 and 8 provide calculations for additional building value of $643,000. And page 9 provides a summary for the total value of $2,304,000. Again, page 10 just shows provides just comparables of the land sales in the area, and you can see the rates for the land anywhere from $5.74 per square foot to $27.18 per square foot. For comparables, again, we are using the same comparables that have been presented before. Since subject property has both car wash and the convenience store, I would point panel to just comparable be number 9. Following pages provide just a review of comparable properties. And on page number 26, again, capitalization rate table used by the city of Winnipeg, as well as following pages which provide information on income and expense mail that was sent to the city by the property owner. That's all I have for this property. Open to your questions.
Thank you. Mr. McCubbin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So using a 5% capitalization rate on the kiosk, Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Retail. Okay. In regards to the additional land value, where is that located? And how did you measure that?
Well, the particular calculation was provided to in this report by the model. So the value we have, as I stated before, for the land value, for the additional land value is 26,236 square feet. I would believe it is located on the north side of the gas station. If you look at the pictures, on my report of pages 2 and 3, where you see sheds. I believe those are sheds that are placed there as a demo to be resold. So that particular land would be considered excess land.
So you're saying the model ascribed the value of $237,000 at $9 a square foot for 26,000. But do you have any land sales to support this $9 per square foot? Or
I provided land sales on page 10 of my report.
and which part is your brief is that?
Page 10.
On page 10. Okay. So what's the zoning of this property? The zoning is
It's M1.
it's M1. So what would you say is your best comparison here? These are all vacant residential, with the exception of.
No, I think comparable number 8 is on McPhillips.
Number 8 to 25.
It would be a good one to consider.
And is that parcel fronting directly on? Do you have a map of it?
Not in my report, no.
Okay, is that so? You don't know if it's fronting directly on McPhillips or not?
I wouldn't know at this point, no.
As you look at the site, you'd agree with me, this is the site that you're valuing here, or the model you say it's valuing is a long, narrow. So it would be a long, narrow site along the north side of the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In regards to, I think we touched it. Okay, so you're using the vehicle service car wash area, 6.7% capitalization rate. Correct?
Sorry, did you say 6.7?
Pardon me?
Did you say 6.7?
Yes.
Yes, what's there? So for the car wash, 6.7.
So your overall capitalization rate for this retail venture here is 5.41, as you say on page 9, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have.
Ms. Anderson?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Do you know when the car wash was added? I'm thinking it was added at the end, because you've got a build-in effective of 2002 to 2013.
Yes, that is correct. And just give me 1 second. And I can confirm that in 2013, there was a permit taken out to build a car wash.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions. Mr. Kelly?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Property is owned by Red River Co-op Limited. The roll number is 05001571,000, and it's built in two different not eras, but 2 different 8 years. The gas station was built before, a convenience store and a car wash after. Total rentable area of the property is 3,809 square feet. The site area is 79,191. I'll touch on that area in a moment. We're asking for value as of the reference date, April 1st, 2021, of $1,746,000. The highest and best use of the property is the continuance of the current use. On page 8, subject property is best described as a gas station with convenience store and car wash. You can see it's a C-store with 11-foot wall heights and 1,045 square foot touchless car wash with a 14-foot attached behind the C-store. 14-foot wall height attached behind the C-store. The improvements are situated on a 79,191 square foot parcel of M1 zone land. Although a larger site than many other similar gas bar sites, the potential to subdivide the northernmost unused land is hindered, if not impossible, due to the egress point cutting across what would be the additional land's frontage. So, in order to market this land, you would have to change the egress. Further, a fire hydrant is located at the northwest corner of the site facing McPhillips Street. So that would have to be moved. So there would be considerable cost to developing this portion of the site if it was. I'm not saying that it cannot be developed, Madam Chair, but it would be at considerable cost. And I'm not sure that's on the horizon right now. Development horizon. We would place no value on this property as it sits today on the additional land. Turning to page 14 of my brief, I think you've seen those rents before, so I'm going to try and sort of be as brief as possible. On the C-store, we're placing a rent of $30 a square foot. Applying a market vacancy allowance of 2%, shortfall of 6%, and non-recoverable expenses of 7% in total. We are also using a cap rate of 6.75%, as I've explained before, for this type of property, and we're being consistent with that. We feel the entire property, both the car wash and the C-store, should be one capitalization rate, and that should be 6.75%. You can see the C-store valuation on page 16 of my brief, with a value of $550,000. To that, we add the improvements on the ground and pumps and canopy to that value of $880,000, which amounts to $880,000 to arrive at a value of $1,430,000. For the car wash, we're essentially agreeing with the value placed on by the assessment department on the car wash, with the difference being 4% instead of 2% vacancy. We've been through that before. And we're also, the difference here is with respect to the additional expense allowance of 5%. And we're also at a cap rate of 6.75%, as I've explained, with respect to the entire site. So we're placing a valuation using a capitalization rate of 6.75% to derive value by the net operating income. We arrive at a value for this portion of $316,000 rounded. I do believe we agreed on the capitalization rate for this section of the property. No, we don't. We're slightly off. 5 basis points. I'm asking the board to reduce the value to $1,746,000 based on my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Darkanoff, questions?
Well, I don't have any questions at this point.
All right. Ms. Anderson, questions?
Just a question in regards to the cap rate. You said you were in disagreement with the cap rate proposed by the city by 5 basis points. That's in regards to the car wash, but with the store and the kiosk and the pumps, it's a difference of 1.75%, right? That's what you're requesting, that it be at 6.75?
That's right, Madam Chair. In totality, we think that this should be viewed as one economic unit, and the performer would use a single capitalization rate to come up with a value. So we are using 5.75 overall.
Okay, but you agree with the land value and the additional building value, right, of $880,000?
We agree with the additional value of $880,000, Madam Chair, with respect to the improvements for the gas station, but not with the land value. We don't believe the additional land value should be placed on the property at this point in time. And I'll leave it at that.
So perhaps I'm unclear on this, and please correct me. I understood that the additional land value that the city was applying was $237,000 for the additional land value, and the additional building value was $643,000. So those two numbers tally to $880,000.
I think you may have uncovered an error in my report, because that was definitely not my intention. Can I just bear with me for a second, please?
Yes.
I believe you are correct. We would reduce that value, and I'm sure I'd have to recalculate my value. This is an error on my part.
Yes, you want to take off the.
I will take off the land value, because we are not promoting. We've been doing this for many years now, not promoting that value. This has happened in the past also. So that's an error on my part. So the value now will go to So my revised value, Madam Chair, is $1,509,000.
Madam Chair.
And that is truly a mistake, Madam Chair.
Madam
So-
Chairman. Oh, sorry for.
Ms. Anderson.
Oh, so just in regards to the land, just to carry on with my question then, you're proposing that the value be removed for the land in totality. There's no value associated with those additional lands.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Darkinoff, were you asking a question?
Yes, if I may, I just had a quick question to the applicant in regards to the land that have been discussed in the last question. If I may ask a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. McCubbin, I just had a quick question. Are you aware of additional rental income that is derived from that land by the property owner?
Is the on the. I'm not aware of.
If you look at page 28 of my report, which is a copy of income and expense mailer that was sent to the department by the property owner, it shows there is additional income for that land. Would you be able to comment on that?
Are you saying that that's additional income at a gross state is for the land?
It would appear to be, right? It says.
It would appear to be, but are you certain?
I'm asking.
For the land or for the use of the land?
Would you be able to comment on that? It is there in INE.
Right,
and,
yeah. Yeah, it is there. And even if you capitalize that additional land at that additional income on that property, you're only arriving at $60,000 using a capitalization rate of 5%. And that's not even the net, because that is actually a gross lease if it is with respect to the land. But I do agree with you, it appears as though it's something odd, and it may be just maybe valuing some use of the land itself. Yeah.
But those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mann, questions?
I just have one question with respect to your treatment of the cap rates for both properties.
Right.
The car wash is 10 years newer than the kiosk and gas bar
Right.
here. That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you stated a few times that these should have the same cap rate because they're treated as one economic unit, or they could be treated as one economic unit. That's correct?
That's correct.
Yet you yourself are treating them as two different economic units, as is the assessor, by applying different rental rates.
That's
correct.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Thank you.
yeah.
I have nothing further.
And I have no questions. Do either of you have a wish for a summation on this property?
I don't, Madam Chair.
I don't have any need for submission. Thank you.
We'll move on to 18. Actually, sorry, does anybody need a break?
If possible, can we take a short break?
Sure, we'll take 5 minutes. Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We are going to go to 1870 King Edward Street. Whenever you are ready, Mr. Darkinoff.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So Subject property with the Board of Revision file number 22-1932, applicant Altus Group Limited, roll number 070920502000, address 1870 King Edward Street, owners DML Realty Limited. Roll year 2023, reference date April 1st, 2021. Assessed value $2,678,000. On record, 2 buildings, 1 premise. Year builds 1977 to 1987. Wall heights 13 and 20 feet. Zoning C3. Land area 138,014 square feet. Leasable area 17,909 square feet. For recommendation, I do have a recommendation forward, and I recommend the assessed value to be reduced to $2,231,000.
Sorry, Arka, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, $2,231,000.
And the reason for that recommendation?
The reason for recommendation is I'm using a different rent per square foot, and the rate per square foot that I'm using is $10.15. This rate is similar to what applicant is using in his brief, as well as it is an actual rent based on the comparables. If you look on page 7 of my report, comparable number 8 is a subject property at $10.15 per square foot.
Mr. McCubbin?
Thanks, Madam Chair. We've received instructions from the client to accept the city's recommendation. So we'll be accepting it.
I thank you for that. Panel, did you have any questions, Ms. Anderson?
I have no questions. Thank you.
No, I have none. Thank you.
And I have no questions. Mr. McCubbin, I'm assuming you don't have any questions.
No, I haven't.
We'll move on to the last property on our docket, which is 177 Brookside Boulevard. And we have a preliminary issue of another non-co-op. Whenever you are ready, Mr. Dartmouth.
Before we begin, I just wanted to ask an applicant if we did discuss this property and there was no response back. So are we proceeding with it or? Oh,
Sorry.
He had a
Oh,
question.
sorry, I missed that. I
okay.
thought I didn't know that was for me. Sorry.
Yeah, so Mr. McCubbin, we did discuss this property and I believe if you can confirm whether we need to proceed with the hearing on this one, or whether there's any, or did you hear back from your client?
We would like to proceed with the hearing on this property. I know that we had spoke about possible settlement, but that did not go through, Madam Chair, so we will proceed. I do realize, however, that there's the burden of proof is being placed on me, the applicant or the applicant.
Well, we have to decide that.
Well, they're asking for it, sorry.
All right then. Well, thanks, Mr. McCoben. So yeah, the preliminary issue with the subject property is that I would ask the board to consider a request that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for non-cooperation under section 53(3)(b) of the Municipal Assessment Act, and if reduction in assessment is ordered, that it follows section 54(3)(2) of the Municipal Assessment Act. If you flip pages to page 16 of my report, actually 15 and 16, so they provide page 15 provides June 10 mailing and June 11 a delivery of the income and expense mailer to the property owner, so it's page 16 shows June 11 delivery with a signature. And following pages provide the content of the information that was sent. So it's a request for income and expense mailer on pages 17 and 18, pages 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Well, actually, pages 19 to 22 shows a copy of the income and expense mailer, blank copy that was sent, as well as pages 23 and 24 is a copy of the COVID-19 questionnaire that was sent. Canada Post shows the delivery, however, we did not receive anything for that.
Did you have any questions in regards to this matter?
Quick question, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Darknoff, on page 16, do you know whose signature that is?
It doesn't tell me. No, I wouldn't know.
Do you know if they represent Brookside Business Center Incorporated?
You mean the signature or?
Yeah, the person who signed for this.
I wouldn't know who signed for this.
Those are all.
But yeah.
Those are all the questions.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, did you have any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
And Mr. Mann?
I have no questions, thank you.
Just looking for something here that. No, not here. It's fine. And I also have no questions. So we'll just take a 5-minute recess to discuss this. Thank you. And I would like to call this meeting back to order. And the panel has discussed the non-co-op issue, and we are going to grant the non-co-op issue. So that means Mr. McCubbin, you will be going first.
Sure. Property before us, Madam Chair, is 1777 Brookside Boulevard, roll number 14-100045000. File numbers 22-1411. The owner is Brookside Business Center, Inc. and N&T Properties Limited. The building was constructed in 1989. It's a one-story with part mezzanine for a gross floor area of 25,307 square feet and a leasable area of 24,035 square feet. The site is 4 acres in size. Reference date we're dealing with is April 1st, 2021. And the value request is $2,747,000. The highest and best use of this site is its continuance of its current operations. Page 8 give you a quick description of the improvements on the site. Subject property, a one-story masonry wall structure presently used as a commercial building, is located in the northeast corner of the intersection of Lucas and Brookside Boulevard. Subject property was originally built in 1989 and has a current plan area of approximately 24,035 square feet. Building is shown as having 23-foot wall height. However, this applies only to the vehicle service area, with the remaining area somewhat lower ceiling height. The site is irregular in shape for a total site area of 175,243 square feet or 4 acres, and it is zoned M1. Below you see the improvements as it sits on the site in that aerial photograph. And page 9, you see the surrounding services. Service that subject property. Page 14. The leasable area is 24,035 square feet. The city is placed, or won't get there, the city will get to that eventually. The subject property was owner occupied and it's related corporations as of April 1st, 2021. Market research shows comparable rents a bit low, with an average of $740 and a median of $740. You see the relative ages of those properties and whether they're single tenancy or multi-tenanted buildings, and you see the relative leasable area as compared to subject property. Subject property is larger than any of the comparisons. The above rental comparisons have an average of $740 per square foot and a median of $740 per square foot. Based on the above and considering the site-specific attributes of the subject property, an April 1st, 2021 market rent of no more than $10 a square foot should be applied to the 24,000 square feet of gross floor area for the subject property. We arrive at a total gross potential gross income of $241,850, applying that $10 a square foot. For a vacancy, we've used 4%. This is an industrial property. And in our studies, we show that 4% is reasonable, according to market research. Shortfall rate of $6 a square foot. reflecting the vacant space cost of to the owner of carrying the vacant space, non-recoverable expense of 7%, and we're not disputing capitalization rate of 7.65% that the department has used. On page 16, you can see the income summary. And the net operating income we arrived at is $210,119. Applying a capitalization rate of 7.65%, we arrive at a value of $2,747,000 rounded. In my appendix, it has the building and the age it was constructed in 1989. I believe we concur with that. Yes. Last statement we have is from 2018. Growing rental income of $307,000. And that's my presentation, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Darkenov, questions?
We can't hear you. You're muted.
All right, sorry about that. I do have some questions. Thank you. So, Mr. McCoven, I just had a quick question. When I look at page 20, I'll start with page 21 of your report, which is a 2018 income and expense mailer.
Yes.
Is this a true rent, or to your knowledge, or is this what you would call book rent between affiliated companies?
I believe it is a book rent between related companies, Madam Chair.
Okay, and that's 2018, right? Because you stated that it was in 2021 that it was a book rent, as companies became affiliated. But you still believe that it is a book rent, is that correct?
Yeah, it's a book rent, but we would disregard it. This is in between for internal purposes. Okay. It's not a market.
All right, then thank you for clarifying that. Then I'm gonna go to page 14 of your report and ask you a couple of questions over there. Okay. Okay, actually, yeah, so the comparables that you have provided here, there are 10 comparables. Are they, to your knowledge, are they industrial storage buildings or vehicle repair garages?
Some of them are industrial and some are commercial highway or C3. The zoning is on the right hand, the last column on the right hand side of the table.
But the building usage, would it be industrial usage like storage, or is it a vehicle repair service related buildings?
Well, it's a vehicle servicing / retail business. It's sort of like an industrial use. I believe it is zoned industrial.
Oh, are you talking about current property, subject property right now?
Yeah, the subject property. Are you asking me? Sorry, I missed. Sorry,
Yeah, I should have been a bit more clear, but yeah, we'll start with that. Do you know who the current tenant in the subject property, or what kind of business is in subject property?
What tenancies are,
What kind of what is current what is subject property currently being used for?
subject property is, if you look at it, it's being used as Cal Tire. It's you replace tires there. There's hoists in the building. There may be some component of mechanical use within that property also.
Yeah. So Caltire typically would offer, to a degree, I believe Caltire offers full spectrum of vehicle service repairs. Is it not, or is it purely tires? Do you know?
Yeah. I believe there are tire storage there also, but if they do replace tires in that building.
Okay. And then comparables that you are using, the 10 comparables on page 14,
Right.
are they, are all of them 100% vehicle service related, or are they industrial storage buildings as well?
No, they're not 100% vehicle service buildings, but they are industrial buildings.
I guess those are all my questions for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
I have no questions. Thank you.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Great. I just have one question. What would be your best comparable, Mr. McCubbin, on your page?
I'm sure, given the relative location of this property, I would say probably number 2, based on the size and location. It's closer in size and location. However, it's older than the subject property. It's a lower rent. We've placed a rent, we feel rent of $10 per square foot is appropriate for the location of this property and the type of use.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, there's no manufacturing going on in this building?
So that's of my knowledge. No, or I should say I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Mr. Garkanoff.
Thank you. I'll do my presentation right now. So file number 221411. Its applicant is Autos Group Limited. Roll number 14100045000. Address 1777 Brookside Boulevard. Owners Brookside Business Center Incorporated. For the year of 2023. Roll year. Reference date of April 1st, 2021. Assessed value is $4,472,000. So we have one building. It was built in 1989. Zoning M1 manufacturing. Land area 175,234 square feet. Leasable area 24,035 square feet. Pages 2 and 3 provide aerial and street view of subject property. So subject property is a vehicle-related shop dealing, as you can see on page 3, this Cal Tire is a is the name of the business that occupies the premise, and it's a vehicle service related premise that deals with tires that have been confirmed already, but I also believe it is more of a fuller repair shop that also provides other services to the vehicle related services. So I'll go to page number 5 to show you the panel of the workup. So the workup consists of the leasable area, 24,035 square feet, and we are using rate of $15.10 per square foot. With the vacancy a percentage applied at 2%, non-recoverable expenses applied at 3%, shortfall rate of $6, and overall capitalization rate of $7.65%. The estimated value is $4,472,000 for subject property. Again, as have been discussed, subject property is a Cal Tire, which is a larger brand, a chain of vehicle service related names. So there's a franchise operation, and the comparables that I have chosen on page number 7 are also franchise related businesses. So we have 5 comparables, all of them are vehicle service related comparables. Rate per square foot, average $19.95 and median $20.50 per square foot. If we look at page 8, we're looking at Fountain Tire. And that property is 4,298 square feet at $15.50 per square foot. Page number 9 is a Midas Auto Service, 3,531 square feet at $20.50 per square foot. Further, we are on page 10, we have comparable number 3, a Fountain Tire, 5,452 square feet at $20.50 per square foot. Comparable 4, Boyd Auto Body and Glass, 8,800 square feet at $20 per square foot. And last on the list is Mr. Lou, 2,022 square foot building at $23.25 per square foot. Now, going back to the rate per square foot for subject property is $15.10. The rate appear to represent economies of scale to the degree where subject property is a 24,000 square foot building. And being comparables, being also franchised nationwide names, same as subject property, I believe those are nationwide change should comparables should be applied to compare subject property. On the following page is the studies of capitalization rates, but there is no issue on capitalization rates here. And following pages 15 through the last page have been already addressed in the preliminary issue. I just want to add that in a previous presentation, comparable number 2 has been that was used by the applicant as the best comparable have been used already, and the applicant itself in the item number 1 of the docket stated that 815 is not an accurate number for that comparable, and they used a different number, and the number was $10.15 per square foot. This property, comparable number 2, used by the applicant, which is 1870 King Edward, is also previous item on the docket, whichever it was, item number 7. There we go. So with that, I ask the board to consider wide chain names, franchise names, when they compare comparables for this support, for this particular property and apply proper rates. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Questions, Mr. McGovern?
Madam Chair, I missed the last part of the presentation there. Comparing my rents to, I sort of missed that. I'd like him to repeat that.
I did too, actually, Mr. McGovern. Arca, we are having periodic difficulty hearing you. So if you could repeat what you said about your comparables, the last couple of minutes, please.
Okay, absolutely. So I moved to state that the applicant used comparable number 2 as the best comparable on page 14 of the applicant's report. That particular comparable has been already raised during today's hearing, and the applicant suggested that the rate of 8.15 is not the most recent rate, and the more recent rate is $10.15 for that comparable. That was brought forward in that was brought forward during item number 1, and 1870 King Edward Street is actually also item number 7 on our docket. So we just heard it previously, and we used 10.15 rate there as well. I just brought that forward. Is there anything else that you missed, or?
Sorry, if I may, Madam Chair, 1870
Yes.
King Edwards, you're saying is part of your comparable?
No, it's not part of my comparable.
Oh,
But
I thought I-
yeah. Like I just wanted to bring forward that the actual rent for that property is $10.15.
yeah, I agree with you.
So and also at the end I mentioned that subject property is Cal Tire, which is a nationwide chain franchise, and we should be comparing nationwide chain franchise comparables when we value subject property. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Questions?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. So essentially, we agree on everything else with the exception of the expense side of things and the rent. So with respect to the rents, if you go to page 7 of your brief, these comparisons are all considerably smaller than the subject property, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And I believe you made a statement that the model-driven rent of $15.10 takes into consideration the economy of scale.
In my opinion, it has. In my opinion, it has. Because when I look at, for example, comparable number 4,
Right.
at 8,000 square feet, $20. Comparable number 3, 5,000 square foot, again $20. The subject property at, I believe it is 24,000. Well, let's round it to 24,000 square feet at $15.10 per square foot seem to address the economies of scale.
That's in your opinion.
In my opinion.
You think, but you don't have any adjustments to show how that's rationalized.
No, I don't.
Okay. With respect to, do you believe location is a driving force with respect to value and rental rates?
Well, it's hard to argue with that. Location is always one of the main factors in value and rates.
Okay. Would you say, would you agree with me that your rental comparisons are all in a more retail sort of developed area compared to the subject property? The subject property is zoned M1, And it's essentially in a totally different area compared to your comparisons.
Well, yes. So subject property is located on Brookside Boulevard in more of an industrial hub.
Right.
Where is subject property located? What kind of what drives the value there, right? What kind of hub is it? Actually, it is more of a vehicle-related hub for the larger vehicles, right? So in that part of town, typically you would have larger vehicles like trucks or heavy equipment-related businesses. On Brookside, you have Toromont Cat, right? You have all other businesses that deal with trucks. So given that, I think subject property, if you look at even if you look at the picture of subject property, for example, my report page number 3 on the back, you typically see larger garage bay doors, right? So it would appear that subject property is designed to deal with the larger vehicles like trucks, and hence it is located properly for the type of business it is.
And so the comparisons you've produced are generally dealing with, I guess, smaller vehicles, cars, SUVs, etc. Is that correct?
That is, yes, I would like the comparables I have. The only thing that relates, that combines all of this is the name, right? So we have CalTire, which is nationwide chain, and we have comparables that are also nationwide chains.
And also, there's a big difference in land value compared to the subject property when you look at the large parcel and its location. Is there not, compared to these properties that are essentially in the core of the city, so to speak?
Well, subject property
in developed residential areas. Sorry.
Well, let's start with the land value. Like, neither of us have done the research on it. At least I haven't for the subject property. But what I can say is subject property, and I believe you mentioned it to be about 4 acres. I'll say it in square feet, 175,234 square feet of land, which is quite a large parcel of land for the city. Like, and to answer, to take it further, comparables that I have, comparable 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If you look at the pictures, the report does not show how much land they have, but if you look at the pictures, they obviously have less land than the subject property we're discussing. If you look on page 10 and 11, they are actually in the located on the shop within the shopping centers, right?
Exactly.
So as far as land goes, I think a subject property would have a better position, having almost 4 acres. As far as location goes, again, comparables are, as you can see, vehicle service related outfits that are designed primarily for smaller type of vehicles. And when you look at pictures of subject property, it is a vehicle related outfit designed what appears to be for larger type of vehicles.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Ms. Anderson, questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Mr. Matt?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
I also have no questions. Do either of you have a wish for a summation for this property?
I don't know.
I don't need to do a summation, thank you.
All right. We have heard all the items on the docket today, and this hearing is closed. And I thank you both, Mr. Adarkanoff and Mr. McCubbin, for your presentations and your time today.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a long one.